Okay, let's continue where we left off yesterday. So I wanted to just start very quickly with defining what I'm trying to do, because it was quite, it was a little bit confusing towards the end there yesterday. So I have my alphabet struct. And this has a list of all of the glyphs. It has, what does it have? Here. It has the KB contexts. Also for, actually no, we don't have the STB context because we don't need it. But for shaping later, we need these contexts. Then of course we have the glyphs. And these are kind of interdependent. Now, I did used to have their sizes here, but I realized I don't really need it. So for every alphabet, there's only one of these right now. Then furthermore, we have the string shape. So string shape is a struct that has all of the data related to the a specific string. And this is generated on the fly. And there's nothing really to do about it because it simply can't be... like it can be done once for every given string, but it has to be done for every given string because otherwise you might have issues because the context changes the shape for the glyph. Okay. Now this thing can exist and should exist multiple times. And they are tied to both of these, right? So you could say actually that these are sort of together like this. And then you can have multiple instances of this. Now, separate from all this, you're also having the mesh font. And even like right now, I'm having mesh alphabet. And this has the program OpenGL shader program. Basically, that's it. This would be for multiple fonts, right? So you can have a different alphabet here, and they are all using the same shader program. Then we're having the mesh font. The mesh font is having the OpenGL buffers for vertices and textures. And this exists once. Or no. This exists multiple times. So I need more space, I realized. This exists multiple times for each size. Yeah, I like that. And then finally, we have the mesh text. And the mesh text is the string shape straight up. So you can, like, practically, it's going to be once per string shape, but it's not actually bound by that. So you can have one specific string shape and it can bind to multiple sizes of the texture. Whoops, what is this? Or, so this is theoretically possible. But this is not a dependency. The text, let's see. This buffer, string shaping, is just what I'm calculating here. No. Ah, it is here. But it doesn't care anything. It only cares about the text, and the text depends on the alphabet. Text and the alphabet. Right. So that's kind of the situation I'm in. And to make it super simple, what I was doing before is I was creating my alphabet. Part of the alphabet is the glyphs and IDs. From there, we get the string shape. Using the string shape, like independently, we're also creating the font, or no, independently we're creating the alphabet. Then we're getting the mesh font. No. Ah, here. This doesn't care about the actual shader program. It's just a buffer. So this doesn't exist. And then lastly, the mesh text. And the mesh text doesn't depend on the font. Because it's also like just an independent buffer. And again, it could be multiple mesh texts for each font. Okay. So this is the work we have to do to draw a single text object or string. Yeah. This is the work we have to do, minimum. But what we actually want to support is this. So based on this, I would like to think of a plan. And the plan would be, okay, we are having our alphabet.c. And actually, maybe let's write this in here. Okay. We have our struct alphabet. And that has the glyph ID part of it. It's not separate. So glyph ID code points. String shape. Both of these need to live somewhere in memory. So they can go live in state. The string shape is not dependent on anything except integers, right? That's all it is. So it technically doesn't need to be in the alphabet .c definition. The question is, does it help if it's not? I don't think so. But so like in here game, I have this right now. The thing is, I could add an i32 texts count, an i32 text max or something, or that could be a define. And this could be a void star, text, or it could be a text. Like that. Now, this would be nicer to work with, I'm sure. String shape. No. I think I decided it's better that it stays in alphabet because I don't really have a use of it. I don't have a use for it outside of here, really. Yeah. Yes, per text object. Something like that. We can just say this for now, but technically this is not a limit on most systems. It's just a limit on WebGL or something like that. State. This should not even be part of the state. This should just be scratch memory because we are creating it and we are creating the OpenGL buffer and then we're getting rid of it. So like it doesn't have any points. Right. And that's kind of it. And then we have OpenGL gfx.c. And here we have, the mesh alphabet. I don't think this should be its own thing. It should just be like, it's literally just a program, but it's the program that can be outside of the normal array because it should be used for pretty much all fonts. Or it can be, you know, the first in the array or something. I don't know. Then we have the mesh font. Uh, so you could say that the alphabet is having the index for each, or it can has pointers. And when we create the alphabet, the mesh font is automatically created also. But there's an issue with calling it from here, from the alphabet.c, because we're also dependent on the graphics, at least at the moment. I'm not sure that's a strong requirement. I don't think that we need to. What do we actually use here? Vertices per glyph. True. Though that could be... that could be just passed in. Here we have vertices per glyph, and it's part of the same function. And then we have vertices per glyph again. Now it's funny because like this is kind of implied. I'm not using this because I want it to be variable. I'm using it because I don't like to put 4 in here. But these vertices can't be set if it's not 4. Because this is completely based on the fact that it is 4. So maybe I will just do now we don't use it at all. Or that was the only reason for it to be used. That means that we can include at least the alphabet into OpenGL. That would be a little bit backwards though. At the end of the day, I feel like the alphabet doesn't really have anything with the renderer to do. So that's also what I did yesterday. Was I was fixing the compilation errors and the syntax errors. So now I actually, well, for some reason it keeps opening to the wrong. Here. Right now it does compile, although it's not exactly running. But what I did. What? It's never called? What? Okay. Fine. The point I'm trying to make is instead of passing in the same data that I was doing before and then calling the functions for OpenGL to create the associated meshes or mesh structs, I am just passing in a pointer to the buffer. Here's string shape, and I have multiple string shapes, and I'm passing them in. Or I have an array at least of string shape pointers, and then I am allocating them all one by one. And at the very end, I am assigning them. And that's about it. And you can see also here the shape buffer size. That is a constant because of WebGL. But yeah, instead of passing in an empty pointer and then it fills that, allocates that pointer and calls the OpenGL function to create the buffer. Instead, I am just passing in the buffer and getting that pointer back. So I have my shape here. I pass that in. I get it back. And then here, outside of the context of the library, I can call the mesh and I can manage it outside. So I think that's a better approach to keep things, a little bit separated. Of course, I need to make sure that my Scratch arena doesn't overflow. But that shouldn't be a huge issue or anything like that. And then this is just setting up the, well, these are examples, like actual examples that I'm setting up. But what I actually would like to do is here in the main function, or maybe like an assets manager.c later, I am allocating the alphabet and the textures and all of that. But then in the game, when I have a string that I want to draw, I want to generate the font and call that from the game and generate that on the fly and then it needs to have an assigned, alphabet, or maybe all of them use the same. So it needs to have like this shader program associated with it. It needs to have the alphabet struct, or at least an index into it. And that's kind of where it's complicating everything, because I want to call that within the game. Now I could make a function that I pass in, like create text, and then just give it the parameters and it does it for me. But I would like to do that within the game as much as possible. So maybe that's just something that I have to write and try it out, see how it looks like. But it does complicate everything, because it does complicate everything because it needs to have all the context of this entire thing. It needs to have the alphabet. It needs to have the mesh, alphabet and mesh, and string shape, and mesh text, and mesh font. Like all of that is required. So that's why it's a little bit hard to like think about. Okay, how do I actually manage this? But let's try it out. The first thing I would like to do, of course, after finally being able to debug this thing, or finally being able to compile it, I should actually try to run it. Because what happens right now, if I try to run it, is I get some access violation because my pointer is 0 somewhere. My AB is 0, I think. Yeah. Because I never called this create alphabet. This thing. That is apparently not part of here. So that's the first thing that I need to fix. So that means the alphabet needs to live somewhere. I have something here. I do have this I would like to change, by the way. So I have my game C, right? And game H. State. I have my Scratch Arena, but I also want to have a State Arena. Should it be the first thing? Maybe yes. So the very, very first thing that I need to do let's see. I don't necessarily have to make this super complicated, but I do want to do kind of like a stack. So if we say that this is the state, it has a function pointer, or no, it has a pointer to an arena as the first thing. And that arena is the thing where this is already located. And then anything that is inside, like this OS alphabets, for example, those are pushed onto here. So there, you have the pointer inside the states, but they're also pushed onto the arena. So yeah. That's kind of what I want to do. That does mean that I need to have a size for my arena. Okay. So it's the size of states. These are function pointers. They are just the pointers they are. Same with this thing. But we do have these things. So we have a size of... And that is not a part of... part of this, apparently. I don't know how many I need. Let's say 8. Or maybe this was part of the game. We have also the size of graphics. I don't know if I want to have them here. Like, it makes sense in a way, but and this I don't like. That I have, okay, v2 dimensions, and then I have void to OS window. And this scratch size, is just kind of defined like that. Except plus arena and the entire thing itself is also the size of arena. Mm-hmm. We can call this total size. Um, So then we push. Maybe we do this. Right. What is the actual game window? On Windows, it's this. Okay. I don't know where to put this, but it shouldn't be there. I guess this is not strictly necessary. I'm thinking I could do something like if defined. Like I could do something like that. But I don't know if it's really worth it. It would make it harder to manage for sure. That looks correct to me. That will not build because of changing the window here. um, oops. Hmm. Not used. Oh. It's in game. Well, we don't. It doesn't really need to be. like I don't need to have the definition of that there. This one is coming from, well, that should be part of the OpenGL library. No references. For sure, it exists in one header. Not this one? Yeah, this right there. Um, these should be part of the game, I think. But you could say, based on the hardware, this might change. Hmm? Create, whatever shape, and it's the shape size. It's the maximum. Well, it's the thing I just did. So this thing. No, it's the size of shape, string shape. Right. That's more clear. Now, from the very beginning of the program, we are allocating the states. I have to go out with my dogs, so I will be back in 10-15 minutes. Okay. Sorry about that. So what we were doing, we wanted to know, this is the very beginning of the program. We are allocating the memory for the arena. And we're finding out the sizes for everything. Mm-hmm. And that looks accurate. Then we have the arena. Oh, this one should also have the size set inside. Is this including the arena itself? Mm. So like it is including the arena, but the arena doesn't have a pointer to itself. So I think that's fine. Yeah, it should be fine. Arena A. Then we are arena out of memory. Because I didn't set the size. I do have a arena create. So maybe I should just use this one instead. That's what I want to do. Oh. He got the food underneath, and he was trying to chase it. What I was doing. The state is not. I'm not setting the actual arena to itself. D050 and D050, D050. Mm-hmm. Uh, what do I want to do? Because right now, this is a 0 pointer, double pointer. I want to have in my arena one block like here where all of those pointers live. And then the pointer can just be to there. So really, this is not what I want to do. I want to mhm. Mm-hmm. What is this size? It's very close to this one. I know what. Oh, it's very close. It's the same value. Aha. Yes, they should be exactly the same. Wait, huh? Uh-huh. No, I was like initially I was thinking, yeah, less than or equal. Then I saw, wait, but it is less than or equal. So like, why did it trigger? And then I realized it's an assert, not an if. Oh well. So now we can see the size and used exactly the same. Um, then we're setting the memory. So everything works the same up until the point block size doesn't agree with arena size. Yeah. That is all fine. So now we're loading the assets. I want this to be GLTFs later, but for now, no, whatever. Those are not important, really. Mesh object rectangle. Nothing happened here. Oh, we don't have a texture. I see. That's why it starts with 0. Okay, okay. Hmm. Can I do void instead? And then it just autocasts. Yeah, that works. And then in my allocate memory here, I don't actually need this. or this, or that. So let's see that in action. Oh, actually, I already allocated that. So what we want. No. Yes. This is the same as this one. So that checks out. So we're setting that. Mm-hmm. Create shape context. We have a custom allocator now. That custom allocator is when well, I have my Scratch arena right now, but I guess I need another arena then for static. Game. So this lives the entire time. Or loading files or it's a specific word. I don't know. That's the best I can think of. That means we have to create it. Allocate memory. I don't have an idea of what this would be. We can like feasibly this could be in the gigabytes, and it would be okay. but I don't think it would ever be more than, 100 megabytes or something like that. So then we have our static allocator. Create text shape context. We want some instructions. Void star. What do you want? Void star op. Oh, void. Okay. Void star allocator op star. So what's wrong? Only variables can be initialized. Okay, and the second one was the allocator data. Mm. Well, it needs the arena. So and then we need the main. Oh, it's there. I don't know. Switch. There's only two possible options, but ugh. Oh. Yeah, I was thinking why Like, how would I get the size and everything? Although that doesn't have the size, so I guess we'll find out later. If I compile, I doubt it. So let's see if we can figure this out. Alphabet. Let's just break straight in here. So is this my arena? Zero blocks. Everything zero. Maybe I'll pass in something different just to see. This we can remove. Okay, that does look like my arena. That's true. And then op is, it says kind is 1. Well, kind, this should be 1, and this should be 2. So that checks out. And then we're having allocate them free. Pointer size, free. Okay, so this is our size that we want to allocate. So then I guess I'm just gonna do that. Static. No. Arena free. Hop. Well, this is a linear allocator, so we don't have access to this right now. So if we ever come here, this is false. But I don't think we're gonna need that for the moment. So file size is larger than arena remainder. Oh, that's no good. Small typo there. I should delete that before I forget. Then everything else should... Oh. Are we... I'm scared. What is happening? 23 megabytes, that's fine. Why are we executing? What happened there? Oh, wait. I think I didn't actually... I didn't return this. Here you go. So probably it was trying to allocate and then just like allocating and getting nothing back and allocating and getting nothing back. And that's what happened. Arena out of memory. What? This is just not set up. So, but why? Why is the Scratch Arena having some memory here? Size. But why? Yeah, you are right. Why is it that the Scratch Arena... What am I forgetting? Oh, I'm setting it manually like that. I was just blind. Static size. Here you go. No, I can't use create arena here because it's using catalog. So. Oops. Never mind. Now it will be working. We create our context. It returned like immediately. So that's a good sign. I do wonder now, how large is this allocation? Like that's it? That's all? Push from memory. Now we have 3 more. And it's actually rather large. One megabyte. Well, large and like it depends on what you define as large. We can do this in floats. 1.06. Okay. Still not that much, and probably this is the 0.6 is the initial context allocation, I would assume. So, and then we do the shape again. Shape and shape run. And we're having our glyphs. Now, again, our glyphs live in this alphabet.h. It's a huge array with our maximum count of 256. And it's just this. Which I think is actually necessary. Technically not necessary, but I want to sort it later at some point. So we get that. I also have that there, yep. And then we return success. Is there any failure state here? I'm not sure. I mean, technically, everything can fail. Alphabet create. Like, this would never fail, realistically. It could. But then I would have an error from the allocator. Fonts, same thing. Shape again. These are all void, so nothing I can do really. And then check if it's unique, and then just return success. So that's fairly straightforward. So we have our alphabet. Then the next thing, let's check actually with this map that I made. Oops. Then we need to create the texture and the buffer vertex for each size. And they go to the OpenGL. We use those to create OpenGL buffers, and then we delete it again. So those are, we just have one alphabet for now. But we can create multiple sizes and glyph maps. this thing should be part of that. This is all one self-contained thing. Because the alphabet is tied to the font and also the language. So that's self-contained. But then right now I think we're having a issue. So and here I'm a little bit. So this is part of the alphabet. I guess we should add that here. F32 font sizes. And we can throw that in here. File. Array count. And then we need to add that to the definition. Go to definition. We're having this is added to this function. At the end of all of that, we do for size count, font scale, font scale equals sizes by. Now I believe I should be able to do the SBT, STB, TT scale for pixel height. No, I need the font. Font info. So I will not do that here because I don't want to create that context twice. You know, these are kind of part of the same thing. If I'm having this. we can delete, 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 delete. Then we are rendering the alphabet, yes. This entire thing, we can, I want to paste that there because again, these are going to be deleted after we go out of the scope. However, they are not really related to the alphabet itself. It's related to the mesh that we are generating. So, okay. Now, why do we need state here? Scratch arena, nothing, nothing. Okay. So we don't actually need the state. What we need is the arena. Alphabet index. So we could pass the index for the alphabet. So this thing, or we could pass the alphabet itself. We do happen to have the context of the alphabet, but it might be worth using the actual alphabet index instead, because then we can put that into the mesh. We can put the mesh. We can put the index into the mesh rather than the pointer, and then the pointer is, you know, at some point decays or something like that, or points to invalid memory. I'm not sure. My idea is that the lifetime of these alphabets are going to be for the entire lifetime of the program. So I'm not 100% sure if we shouldn't just put in a pointer instead. It's hard to say. For the moment, I'm going to give the decision is going to be index. But then I need the state. And I do need the alphabet, like, base. Rather, AB like this. Oops. So maybe it's better to just put in the state here. at least for the moment. And then scratch that file. We need the file. Yes, we need the file for this init font. Sizes is part of the it's part of the alphabet. Max text size. Bitmaps out. Vertex buffer out. Size out. We assert that it's a font. Sure. And then we create this info init font. Does that mean that I have to destroy it after? I have a feeling I have to destroy it. Free. I can define my own functions to avoid malloc.h. I will do that. But first I need to figure out if I need to, if this is a memory leak, potentially. Could I have some documentation? I have to allocate the font info myself and init font fill it out. Really? Am I doing that? I'm just putting it on the stack. Okay then. Or yeah. I don't need to do anything special to free it. Return 0 on failure. Okay. So we can just let this go out of scope and it will be fine. Texture side length for each index. Size count. Well, the first thing we need to do is we need to get the alphabet. And that is state, OS, alphabets, AB index. And that's a void, so it's automatic, yeah. And then we have AB, the font size count. Yep. And the scale goes later into font scale. Oh. So nothing strange here. This is constant, this is fine. And then we are creating it. And I didn't delete this because I need to do it on this side of the window later. And I'm doing this. Which, yeah. But is that really necessary? I guess it is technically necessary. So like, okay. I am generating here's my texture. It has equal sides. And then I'm generating, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, P, Q, R, etc. And that's like the actual pixels in here. Now, if I am, if I'm having a different font size, like 60, we are assuming that it will be like in the same position, right? So like they should be relative to the window size. However, because of the way they are rendered, they might not be exactly to the pixel the same. So like this might be wider than it's tall, and this might be taller than it's wide. Just because of how the rasterization works. So this is 56 by 59. Yeah. So this is 56 by 59. This one, if I can get the right pixel, is 23 by 23, which is 1. So that's like 0. It's like 5% difference in the UVs depending on the rasterization size, which would make a difference, I'm pretty sure. So that does need to be for like one buffer for each individual one. And then I might as well do like this also. Yeah. Okay. So we do all that. That shouldn't return any errors except for the syntax errors that I have. Oh. Yep. That is true. So let's just see if the uh, if it even runs. I don't know where these are anymore. Main alphabet render. Oh. So what are these? Sizes? No, I don't need sizes. Size count? Don't need it. No need. Wait. Oh, no, 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 no. I'm editing the wrong thing. This is gone. This is not. B count. What is B count? Oh. This is my lazy way of saying, okay, I have my linear allocator. B count is state, static. No, this is Scratch. Block count. And then while this block count is larger than what I started with, just pop all of this. And actually, yeah, okay, I am mem setting it, which is good. Conflicting types. I thought I fixed that. Okay, so let's see if this even runs. You can see B count is 1. We do our render. Now B count is still 1. No. Well then, something is definitely wrong. Render. AB. AB is 93, looks good. Code points, yep. These things I don't actually need to have here. Interesting. The font size count was 0. Arena out of memory. I can believe that. I can believe that the textures I'm creating are larger than 10 megabytes. So actually, let's just run it and then see state scratch. We have 2 blocks. This is not that large. But we want to allocate that, which is a bunch. So it's 3,000. Why is it so large? That is the maximum. That's not what it's supposed to be. When it's calculating. So we have 3 sizes. The size starts at what? I set that. Dude. Yeah, 20, and then we get what? The side for it is 128, 256, 512, which sounds reasonable. Block size doesn't agree with arena size. Okay. That's after we're going out again. So we're starting with allocation of 1. We do this render. And now we should have, why is, here. Now we have 7 allocations. So then 6 times we need to pop. The block count is not 0. This is wrong. Let's see, arena. There we go. That should fix that. So we were at block number 6. Am I not I think I'm not actually removing this size or used. Yeah. You see, this is just static. All right. Now we can pop them all, I hope. And we did. And if we check state, static, block count, no, scratch. Block count is 1. Now, of course, we want to use this memory before we are popping it. So let's just take a quick look. Bitmaps. C0 and C8. Ah, no. I'm looking at the wrong thing. This is the address of the... Like you see, it's 8 bytes between. That's too little. But this is the actual address. 4... and then it's like 5,000 hex. Seems pretty appropriate. Same thing for the other ones. So vertex font. We are having the position 0, -3, 0, -3. UV looks correct. Second one. And because they are different sizes, they are having slightly different values. And we have 3 of them, of course. So then we have the mesh render stuff. We can do this texture first. So this would be another for loop. And it's A, B, count. The bitmap is bitmaps I. The size. It's not part of... maybe I should create something like type def. And this is all this is U8 straight also. Channels. I don't know if that should be for used with OpenGL specifically, but I think that might be useful at the moment, just to have that, because then I can do bitmaps. And I can pass that in instead. You don't know what a bitmap is. Fine. A bitmap, I would say, is agnostic to the API, graphics API. Mm-hmm. So we are having a bitmap instead. No? Mm, wait, I can do that? That's allowed? I can do what? I've never seen that before. Huh? Let's try that. Uh, mm, well, actually, it's a size of struct 2. Oh, the stride. Yeah. Bitmap X. New bitmap. No, 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 no. My allocator could handle this realloc, but only if the new memory is available after. Okay, so how would we do this? Do I need the current pointer maybe? Bum, 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 bum. If it's the same, then we can just do kind of, we can just like check if the size fits and then expand it, right? It's the same here. Except that the used new used is actually equal to the arena used minus the block. So it's the current block size. Plus the new size. Maybe I call this new size. And then we check if the new used would be too large, then we are out of memory. Otherwise, mm, And if it's not the current block data, we kind of have to just copy everything over and make a new block. Huh? Right? So this should work. We are we are not quite done with this. So BMP channels, 0 point. Why does it accept the bitmap like that? I don't trust it. So bitmap data. Wait, I am confused. This is garbage. And I'm giving it garbage, and it should allocate it for me with the arena alloc. Okay. Let's do this instead. BMP dot no. We take the texture side length. We calculate the total. That should be a U, by the way. And then we allocate bitmaps IDX. And then we get that. And then we set the same things. And there's no bitmap. There's no bitmap data. And here, drop point is the BMP data plus that. Here, bitmap size. What context is this? It's within the context. I don't want to copy this thing. That doesn't make any sense. Now, alternatively, I could do this. Like, that would be agreeable. Still, I have issues. Unused comparison. Uh, interesting that it's here. It shouldn't be like that. Yeah, that should not be there. Like that. Okay. Bitmap. Well, it does compile. Or well, it doesn't compile, but it doesn't compile because of this. I don't know how to. That gets rid of the error, but you know, I don't know if that's like really a great way to deal with it. BMPX. BMPX. More errors. Oh. Struct bitmap versus struct bitmap. I don't get it. What is the issue here? Redefinition. Well, yeah, but how do I deal with? Maybe I don't. Maybe I'm not supposed to. I should just do this. And then main is complaining about what? Not used directly. That's fine. Oh. I do want to actually directly test render. Test 2. That should be a good test. So we are allocating that. Ah, beautiful, great. Thank you so much. Test 2. So they are the same. And if we look at the Scratch Arena block count, this is 2 kilobytes. Wait, why is the block count 3? The current pointer. What? Ah, it's another off by 1. What? What happened there? Ah, no. Never mind. I yeah, I just saw the wrong thing. I saw that this looked like it was updating like that. That is correct. Now I am not doing any checking on the block size if I'm going above the size of it, which is a potential issue. Um, but with a linear allocator, I feel like it's so simple anyway that I wouldn't really need to like really care about checking that unless I'm writing a more complicated allocator in the future. I don't have any breakpoints. So we are after rendering. We can look at Scratch Arena. Goes from 2 to 8 even. I feel like we had a doubling in size somewhere. Bitmaps. What? That's not correct. Hmm. We're going through every glyph, 93 of them. We're taking the max and min and getting the width and height. 15, 15 total area. We do that for all the glyphs until we get, 7,000 something. We multiply that by some number just to make it like to give ourselves some wiggle room. From that, we calculate a side length. 128 should be enough to contain 10K. So let's see, 128. Uh, 128 by 128 is 16K. And we're trying to find or fit 11K inside. We are confirming that the side length is smaller or equal to the max texture size. We set the texture size 128. Hmm. That's a mistake. I'm reading in that here, and then I'm setting it there. No point in doing that. Um, so we get our side lengths. They look to be reasonable, I think. 128, 256, 512. So then we start actually rendering. We are having our vertex buffer. There's 4 vertexes per glyph. Each one is 8 bytes or something. And then we have 93 glyphs. I just realized I'm not sure if I go to OpenGL here. I'm creating this buffer data from this pointer, but it's actually taking the maximum per glyph, not just the ones that we need. So that is probably an issue as well. No. String glyph max. Or do you call it dynamically sized? Or, buffers with different sizes? Yeah. A lot of text to say a little, but I think it's worth it to be explaining a little bit. Anyway. Uh, 384. Yep. So we are creating, we're calculating the total size that we're expecting, which is 128 by 128 by plus this. So it's 16,384 plus this bitmap, which is fairly small. 12 bytes looks correct. And then we're allocating that to this BMP. Then we set the sizes naively. We can reallocate that if we need. We start drawing. We can see here, this is the width, height, and number of channels. And then after that, it would be the data. We get the width height. Draw point. When did I draw the bitmap? Mm-hmm. This is wrong. It's not BMP size X. That's probably why it's in the hundreds, way too high. Just tiny typo. The draw point is the data plus that. Width and height. It does make sense also, by the way, to say or does it? Nah. I was thinking, okay, if this happens and the bitmap x equals 1, which is the starting point, then we have an issue. But it shouldn't ever happen. Like, no matter, like, the assert would be pointless. Because I just fixed the bug. So then we make the glyph bitmap from the draw point. Where's the draw point? Let's see. Is that far down? Ah, because it's one line below. Okay. Yeah, it's like 128 bytes plus 1 below. So it would start here, and then 48 to C8, I guess, would be 128 plus 1. Yeah. And then we draw from there. And that looks pretty awesome. Is this maybe that's unused at this point? 15, largest height. So we store that. We advance. Cool. And then we do the same thing for the next lift and so on and so on. Okay. Now it should look better in my watch. State scratch, or actually locals, bitmaps, 128 by 128, data. Yep. Yep. Okay. Then we can bind the textures and free them all. Okay. I think I'm gonna call it there. I think everything is working up to the point where I was debugging it. It was taking a little bit extra time also because I'm like literally having to develop the arena allocator at the same time. But it's honestly not so much left. So like I'm expecting tomorrow I will be able to get this drawing again, and then I can draw my any font from the game just by allocating and deallocating that using my arenas, which I think is the correct way forward. So let's commit. And what do we say? So thank you very much for watching, and yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully.